come back. Wherever you're listening from tonight, let yourself settle in fully. Let your shoulders drop an inch further into whatever is holding you up. Let your breathing slow, in through the nose, out long and easy, and let the day you've just finished get a little further away with every breath. Tonight, we're standing at the base of the largest, most precisely built stone structure human beings had made anywhere on Earth up to that point, and we're going to spend the next few hours doing something most retellings of this particular story skip entirely, actually working out how it was done. You've probably heard the numbers presented as an unsolved mystery, a monument too perfect for the tools its builders supposedly had. The real story is different and considerably more satisfying, since it turns out we can trace, tool by tool, method by method, exactly how a Bronze Age workforce achieved a level of precision some modern construction crews still don't manage. Nothing about it required anything beyond patient, careful, genuinely clever engineering. Let's walk through it slowly tonight, the same unhurried way the actual measuring itself would have happened. You don't need to remember any of it. Let your eyes rest closed. Let your breathing slow further still. There's nothing to solve tonight, only a long, quiet look at how patient human hands actually built something this precise. 4,500 years before laser levels existed. Let's begin at dawn on the Giza plateau, a very long time ago. Picture the desert just before sunrise, the air still cool, the sand holding onto the last of the night's chill. A survey team stands at the edge of a leveled bedrock platform, tools laid out carefully on woven mats, waiting for enough light to begin their day's work. This is Giza, sometime around 2560 BCE, during the reign of the pharaoh Khufu, and the structure slowly rising behind them will eventually be measured by archaeologists working well over 4,000 years later, to a precision that genuinely startled the people doing the measuring. Consider the actual numbers first, since they're worth hearing stated plainly before we explain them. The Great Pyramid's base is nearly a perfect square, 4 sides, each measuring roughly 756 feet. Yet the longest and shortest sides differ from each other by less than 8 inches, an error of well under 1/10 of 1% across a structure that size. The base itself is level to within about an inch across its entire footprint, an area larger than 9 football fields, and the whole structure is oriented to true north with an accuracy of just a few arc minutes, a fraction of a single degree, achieved any magnetic compass at all. Since compasses wouldn't exist anywhere on Earth for well over 2,000 years after this pyramid was finished, picture the modern surveyor who first properly confirmed these numbers, engineer Glenn Dash, kneeling on the pyramid's northern edge in the 2010 with contemporary laser equipment, carefully remeasuring corners that Egyptologists had already surveyed by hand a century earlier. His results largely confirmed the older figures, and in the process, he began asking the same question we're going to spend tonight actually answering. Not whether this precision is real, since it clearly is, but exactly which specific ancient methods could have produced it. Picture, briefly, the pharaoh whose name this entire project carries, Khufu, second ruler of Egypt's 4th dynasty, seated somewhere in a palace we know only from fragments, ordering a monument considerably larger and more ambitious than anything his father Sneferu had already built. Sneferu's own pyramids, we'll return to this detail later tonight, weren't perfect on the first attempt, and that imperfect history matters enormously to understanding what Khufu's builders actually had available to them by the time they began at Giza. An entire generation of hard-won, carefully recorded engineering experience. Picture the man who most likely translated that royal ambition into an actual construction plan. Hemiunu, Khufu's vizier and probable chief architect, whose own statue survives today, seated, solid, confident, discovered in his own considerable tomb near the pyramid he likely helped design. Hemiunu's title, overseer of all the king's works, suggests a role considerably closer to a modern chief engineer than a simple courtier, someone responsible not just for grand vision, but for the genuinely difficult daily logistics of actually making that vision physically real. But who actually built this monument, and under what conditions? That question turns out to matter enormously to understanding how precision like this was even possible in the first place. Picture now something that directly contradicts one of the most persistent myths about this entire project. A bakery at the base of the plateau, ovens still holding traces of ash, grain silos nearby, and rows of simple mud brick dormitories stretching out across what archaeologists now call the workers' village. Mark L.A. Weiner, director of the Giza Plateau Mapping Project, spent decades excavating exactly this site. And what he and his team found there, beginning seriously in the 1990s, has fundamentally reshaped how Egyptologists understand who actually built this monument. The evidence Lehner's team recovered points clearly toward a workforce of skilled, paid laborers, not enslaved captives, organized into work gangs, with names still legible in surviving inscriptions. Crews like Friends of Khufu and Drunkards of Menkewre. Names that suggest genuine camaraderie and organized labor pride rather than forced servitude. Excavated food remains show workers eating substantial quantities of bread, beer, and meat, a diet suggesting reasonably well-fed laborers rather than starving captives, and the presence of a dedicated cemetery nearby, where workers who died on the job received proper burial close to the monument they'd helped build, suggests a level of genuine respect difficult to reconcile with the old, popular slave labor narrative. Consider what this actually means for tonight's central question. A monument this precise wasn't produced by desperate, coerced labor working under threat. It was produced by organized crews of skilled specialists, fed, housed, and buried with genuine care. People who had every reason to take real pride in getting their specific piece of the measurement right. Precision like this doesn't happen by accident, and it doesn't happen under duress either. It happens when skilled people are given the right tools and enough reason to use them carefully. So what tools did a Bronze Age survey team actually have available to them? Standing on that leveled bedrock platform before dawn, faced with the genuinely difficult task of laying out a perfect square larger than most modern city blocks. Picture the answer laid out on those woven mats. Nothing exotic, nothing requiring any technology beyond wood, stone, water, and rope, but each tool considered and refined over centuries of accumulated Egyptian building experience. By the time Khufu's engineers finally put them to use at Giza. Picture, first, a simple wooden rod, roughly the length of a forearm and hand together, carved with careful markings along its length. This is a royal cubit, Egypt's standardized unit of measurement, and the standardization itself matters enormously to tonight's whole story. A single master cubit rod, likely kept somewhere secure and referenced regularly, allowed every subsidiary rod used across the entire construction site to be checked and corrected against the same fixed standard, meaning a measurement taken on the pyramid's northern face used exactly the same unit as one taken on its southern face, months or years apart, by an entirely different work crew. Surviving cubit rods, recovered from tombs and museums, including one now held confirm the royal cubit measured almost exactly 52.5 centimeters, remarkably consistent across surviving examples separated by centuries. Picture next a length of rope knotted at precise, regular intervals, stretched taut between two workers crouched low against the ground. Later Greek writers, including the philosopher Democritus, used a specific term for Egyptian surveyors, harpaedonapetai, literally rope stretchers, a job title that survived long enough in Mediterranean memory to still be recorded centuries after Giza's own construction. Egyptian rope stretchers used their knotted cords to lay out a genuinely elegant trick, a triangle with sides in the precise ratio of 3 units, 4 units, and 5 units, always produces a perfect right angle at the corner between the shortest two sides, a mathematical relationship modern students know today as the Pythagorean theorem, worked out and reliably applied by Egyptian surveyors well over 1,000 years before Pythagoras himself was ever born. Picture the actual physical process this would have required: 3 workers holding a single knotted cord taut between them, pulling it into a triangle, checking that the sides matched the 3-4-5 ratio marked by the rope's own knots, and marking the resulting right angle directly into the leveled bedrock below, repeated at each of the pyramid's 4 corners, and cross-checked repeatedly against the master cubit rod. This simple, physically demanding process could reliably produce a square accurate to a genuinely impressive degree, not through any mysterious knowledge, but through careful, repeated, patient verification. The same basic surveying principle any modern engineer would still recognize immediately today. Consider, too, the genuinely difficult problem of leveling ground this large, since a pyramid built on even slightly uneven bedrock would visibly, embarrassingly lean within its very first few courses of stone. Mark Lehner's excavations at Giza recovered something worth picturing carefully: a network of shallow trenches cut directly into the bedrock platform, arranged around the pyramid's planned perimeter, evidence supporting a technique Egyptologists have proposed for decades: filling these trenches with water and using the water's own naturally flat surface as a reference line. Since water, unlike stone or sand, always settles level regardless of how carefully or carelessly the ground beneath it was originally prepared. Picture workers standing at the edges of these water-filled trenches, marking the exact point where the water's surface met the trench wall at regular intervals all the way around the perimeter, then cutting away any bedrock standing higher than that consistent waterline patiently, section by section, until the entire base sat level with itself across its whole considerable span. This is genuinely careful, unglamorous work, no different in principle from a modern builder using a spirit level, just considerably larger in scale and considerably more physically demanding to actually execute across an area the size of a small neighborhood. If you're settling in and your eyes are already closed, that's exactly right. There's no need to hold onto any specific number tonight, just the general shape of it, patient people, simple tools, and an enormous amount of careful, repeated checking. The actual figures matter less than the fact that every single one of them, once you know the method, stops looking like magic and starts looking like exactly what it was, genuinely skilled work. Modern archaeological surveys have confirmed the base's leveling is accurate to within about 21 millimeters across the pyramid's entire footprint. A genuinely remarkable figure for a technique this simple, and one that Mark Lehner and his research team have specifically credited to exactly this kind of water trench methodology, tested experimentally at smaller scale, and found capable of producing precisely this order of accuracy. It's worth sitting with how satisfying this particular explanation actually is once you have it. Nothing about it required any lost technology or forgotten science. It required water finding its own level exactly the way water always has, and patient workers willing to trust that simple physical fact completely. Squaring a base and leveling it, difficult as both genuinely were, still leave tonight's hardest problem completely unanswered. How do you point an enormous stone building at true north with no compass, no satellite positioning, no magnetic instrument of any kind, and still land within a few arc minutes of perfect accuracy, an error smaller than the width of your own thumb, held at arm's length against the horizon? This is the part of tonight's story where Egyptologists genuinely, honestly disagree, not about whether it was done, since the finished pyramid proves conclusively that it was, but about exactly which specific method Khufu's surveyors actually used to do it. Picture a clear desert night, considerably before construction ever began. A small team of Egyptian astronomer priests lying on their backs on the leveled bedrock, watching the northern sky wheel slowly overhead. Ancient Egyptians had no single fixed pole star the way modern observers do, since Earth's axis wobbles gradually over thousands of years, meaning the star currently marking true north, Polaris, wasn't anywhere near that position back in Khufu's own era. What they did have, though, was something almost as useful. A small cluster of stars close enough to the celestial pole that they never set below the horizon at all, circling it endlessly through the night like the hand of an enormous natural clock. Picture Cambridge Egyptologist Kate Spence publishing her own proposed solution to this exact puzzle in the journal Nature in the year 2000, suggesting that Egyptian surveyors tracked two specific circumpolar stars, Koh-Cab and Mizar, watching them rise on one side of a fixed sighting instrument and set on the other, then bisecting the angle between those two observed positions to establish a genuinely accurate north-south line. Spence's proposal carried an additional, genuinely clever detail, since the exact angle between these two particular stars gradually shifts over centuries due to that same slow axial wobble, meaning the tiny, measurable errors in different pyramids' actual alignment could be used to estimate roughly when each pyramid was actually built. A genuinely elegant piece of archaeological detective work. It's worth being genuinely honest here in exactly the spirit tonight's whole story has tried to maintain, that Spence's specific proposal hasn't been universally accepted by every Egyptologist studying the question. Astronomer Juan Antioch Bellamoente and others have raised real, substantive objections, questioning whether her specific pairing of Koh-Cab and Mizar actually produces the observed alignment as precisely as claimed, and proposing alternative circumpolar star combinations that might fit the evidence just as well or better. This isn't a case of one confident answer being disproven by careful skepticism. It's a case of several genuinely plausible, closely related methods, all relying on the same basic underlying principle, circumpolar star observation, competing for exactly which specific stars were actually used. A considerably narrower and more interesting disagreement than popular retellings usually let on. Picture a different proposed solution entirely. Surveyor Glenn Dash, the same researcher we met earlier, tonight remeasuring the pyramid's corners with modern laser equipment, walking the plateau specifically around the autumn equinox in 2016 and 2017, testing whether a considerably simpler method might explain the alignment instead. Dash's proposed technique required nothing more than a vertical rod, called a gnomon, planted upright in the leveled ground, and careful observation of the shadow it cast throughout a single day. On the equinox specifically, when day and night divide almost exactly evenly, a gnomon's shadow traces an almost perfectly straight east-west line across the ground from sunrise to sunset. A line any careful observer could then use to derive true north with genuinely impressive accuracy, using nothing more sophisticated than a stick, a clear day, and patient observation from dawn until dusk. Consider what Dash actually found when he tested this method directly, rather than simply proposing it theoretically. Working with his own research team on the Giza plateau itself, he planted a gnomon, tracked its shadow's path across an entire equinox day, and calculated the resulting east-west line with a level of precision genuinely comparable to the pyramid's own actual measured alignment. It's a genuinely satisfying piece of experimental archaeology, not simply arguing a method could theoretically work, but actually walking out onto the same ground, using only tools Egyptian builders definitely possessed, and watching the technique produce results matching what the ancient builders themselves actually achieved. So which method did Khufu's actual survey team use? The circumpolar, stars Kate Spence proposed, some variation Bellemoente, and others have suggested instead, or Glenn Dash's considerably simpler equinox shadow. Here's the honest answer, and it's worth sitting with rather than rushing past. Nobody currently knows for certain, since no surviving Egyptian text describes the specific method used at Giza in explicit, unambiguous detail. What every serious researcher studying this question does agree on, though, is considerably more important than which single method eventually turns out to be correct. Ancient Egyptian astronomer-surveyors clearly, demonstrably possessed at least one reliable technique, likely several, for establishing true north with genuine precision, using nothing more than patient observation, simple tools, and a clear sky. And the finished pyramid stands as permanent, physical proof that whichever specific method they actually used, it worked. Picture, alongside these two competing theories, a genuine surviving Egyptian instrument worth holding in your mind, a Arquette, a simple wooden siding tool combined with a plumb line, examples of which have actually survived in museum collections today, dated to periods somewhat later than Khufu Khufu's own reign, but almost certainly descended from considerably older observational practice. A Emi Arquette let an observer establish a precise vertical reference line using nothing more than gravity itself, a weighted cord hanging perfectly straight, and combined with careful sightings toward the northern sky. Tools exactly like this one would have given Egyptian surveyors everything genuinely necessary to carry out either Spence's proposed star method or something closely related to it, real physical evidence that the theoretical techniques modern researchers have proposed match tools we know, with genuine confidence, ancient Egyptian astronomers actually used. Consider how differently this entire question reads once you've actually walked through it slowly, the way we have tonight, rather than encountering it as a single dramatic headline promising an unsolved mystery. The pyramid's true north alignment isn't unexplained. It's explained by at least two genuinely plausible, well-tested methods, both demonstrated experimentally to actually work, with honest scholarly disagreement remaining only over which specific one Khufu's own team actually chose. A considerably narrower, considerably more interesting question than how did they do this at all. Let your shoulders settle a little further now, wherever you're resting tonight, since we're moving from the sky back down to the ground towards some of the most remarkable direct evidence anyone has ever actually found describing this construction project in the builder's own words. Picture a sealed limestone chamber near the Red Sea coast, at a site called WHD Al-Jarf, opened by French and Egyptian archaeologists in 2013, revealing something genuinely extraordinary inside. Bundles of papyrus fragments, the oldest inscribed papyri ever discovered anywhere in the world, written by a mid-level official named Mera, who led a crew responsible for transporting fine limestone casing blocks from quarries at Ra across the Nile to the construction site at Giza itself. Mera's papyrus isn't poetry or royal propaganda. It's a logbook, a genuinely mundane, day-by-day record of exactly which tasks his crew completed on which specific dates, the kind of unglamorous administrative document that happens to be considerably more valuable to historians than almost any grand inscription could ever be. Picture Mera himself dictating or perhaps writing these entries at the end of an exhausting day's work, recording trip after trip varying stone blocks along a specially constructed canal system connecting the quarries directly to the pyramid site. under the direct oversight of a royal official the diary names as Oncav, whose surviving records confirm was Khufu's own half-brother, personally supervising this specific stretch of the supply chain. It's a genuinely remarkable thing to sit with, that the precise, patient measurement we've spent tonight discussing was supported by an equally precise, patient logistics operation. Canals dug, boats loaded, stone transported on carefully scheduled trips, an entire administrative system working continuously just to keep raw material arriving fast enough to match the survey team's own careful pace. It's worth returning now to something we set aside earlier tonight, Khufu's father Sneferu, and the genuinely difficult, occasionally disastrous path his own engineers walked before Khufu's builders ever achieved the precision we've spent tonight explaining. Picture the pyramid at Meidum, one of Sneferu's earliest attempts, its outer casing stones poorly bonded to the structure's core, until at some point, whether during construction or sometime shortly afterward, a considerable section of that outer layer collapsed entirely, leaving behind the strange, stepped ruins still visible at the site today, a monument that essentially failed in front of its own builders. Picture, next, Sneferu's second attempt, now known as the bent pyramid, its lower half rising at a confident, steep angle before abruptly, visibly changing to a considerably shallower slope partway up. A correction historians generally believe reflects the builders recognizing mid-construction that their original angle was creating dangerous structural stress, and adjusting their plan in real time rather than risk a second collapse. It's a genuinely humanizing detail to sit with. An ancient Egyptian construction crew making the exact same kind of urgent, visible correction any modern engineering team might make upon discovering a serious design flaw partway through a build. Consider what this entire sequence actually tells us about the pyramid we've spent all night examining. Khufu's Great Pyramid wasn't humanity's first attempt at this kind of precision, arriving mysteriously perfect from nowhere. It was the direct beneficiary of at least two earlier, well-documented failures, real mistakes made by real people, carefully studied and corrected by the next generation of builders. The genuinely impressive precision we started tonight's whole journey with wasn't achieved despite the absence of trial and error. It was achieved because of it. An entire family's accumulated engineering education, paid for in collapsed limestone and hastily corrected angles, finally cashing out at Giza in the most precise structure its builders had ever managed to produce. Picture the actual quarries these workers depended on: limestone cut from the Giza plateau itself for the pyramid's core, considerably finer white limestone hauled across the Nile from Ra for the smooth outer casing that would have once made the entire structure gleam in direct sunlight, and enormous granite blocks, some weighing many tons, transported the better part of 500 miles down the Nile from quarries near Aswan, specifically for the king's chamber deep inside the pyramid's core. Each of these materials required its own considerable logistics, its own transportation method, and its own careful scheduling, all of it coordinated well enough that stone kept arriving fast enough to match construction's own steady, patient pace. But once a block was finally cut, hauled across the river, and delivered to the base of the growing structure, how did workers actually get it up to its final position, sometimes hundreds of feet above the desert floor? Picture the ramps these workers most likely used to actually raise each block into position, since no single surviving Egyptian text describes this part of the process in the same clear detail Mara's diary offers for transportation. Egyptologists have proposed several plausible reconstructions: a single long straight ramp extending outward from one face, a ramp spiraling gradually around the pyramid's exterior as it rose, or some combination of both approaches used at different construction stages. Recent research, including a 2018 study led by French architect Jean-Pierre Oudin, working alongside Egyptologist Bob Breyer, has proposed evidence for an internal spiral ramp built directly into the pyramid's own structure and later concealed within its finished mass, a genuinely creative reconstruction still being actively tested and debated rather than universally settled. It's worth being honest one more time tonight that this particular question, exactly how each individual block was actually lifted into position, remains genuinely less certain than the measurement questions we spent most of tonight resolving. Unlike the alignment and leveling puzzles, where multiple independently tested methods converge on very similar, well-supported answers, the ramp question still has real, open competition between several genuinely different proposals, none yet confirmed with the same confidence as the surveying techniques we've already covered. that's a perfectly honest place for tonight's story to leave it. One part of this whole remarkable project still genuinely, actively being worked out by researchers today. Picture the king's chamber deep inside the pyramid's core, roofed with massive granite beams, and directly above it a stack of 5 separate low chambers, each one topped with more enormous granite slabs, discovered by British explorer and engineer Richard Howard Weiss in 1837, who found faded red ochre inscriptions in one of these upper chambers naming Khufu himself. Some of the only direct textual evidence connecting this specific pharaoh to this specific monument. Egyptologists generally understand these stacked chambers as a deliberate engineering solution, distributing the enormous weight of the pyramid's mass above the king's chamber outward across a wider area, specifically to prevent that weight from eventually crushing the room below it. A genuinely sophisticated piece of structural engineering built directly into a monument otherwise composed of straightforward stacked stone. Consider what a detail like this actually confirms about the builders we've spent tonight getting to know. Whoever designed this internal relieving system understood, in real practical terms, exactly how enormous compressive weight actually behaves, and built a specific, deliberate solution to manage it. 4,500 years before anyone had a formal mathematical theory of structural mechanics to describe why the solution worked. It's one more piece of evidence pointing in the same direction as everything else we've covered tonight. Not mysterious knowledge from nowhere, but patient, accumulated, genuinely sophisticated engineering understanding, earned the same way any engineering understanding is ever actually earned, through careful observation and the hard lessons of earlier mistakes. Picture, finally, Glenn Dash's own complete survey results, published in considerable technical detail after years of careful remeasurement, confirming not just the numbers we opened tonight's story with, but the genuine internal consistency of the entire monument, corners squared to within a small fraction of a degree of true 90, sides matching each other within centimeters across distances longer than 2 football fields laid end to end, every single measurement pointing toward the same conclusion. This wasn't a lucky, one-time achievement. It was the result of a genuinely reliable, repeatable methodology, applied consistently across an enormous, multi-year construction project by a workforce that clearly understood exactly what it was doing at every single stage. Picture the workers' village once more. Since Lehner's excavations, there turned up considerably more than bakeries and dormitories worth knowing about. Skeletal remains recovered from the nearby cemetery show clear evidence of healed fractures, broken bones that had mended properly, some requiring what appears to have been genuine medical splinting and care, along with signs of arthritis consistent with heavy physical labor sustained over years, rather than a short, brutal burst of forced work. Physical anthropologist studying these remains, working alongside Lehner's broader team, have generally concluded this points toward a stable, long-term workforce receiving real medical attention when injured, not a disposable population worked until they simply couldn't continue any longer. Consider how this workforce was actually organized administratively, since the answer connects directly back to the same organized, careful precision we've traced throughout tonight's entire story. Old Kingdom Egypt operated a system of rotating labor service, sometimes called corvée labor, in which communities across the country sent organized crews to work on major royal projects for a defined, limited period, likely several months at a stretch, before rotating home again and being replaced by a fresh crew. This wasn't slavery in the sense many popular retellings still casually assume. It was closer to a structured, nationwide civic obligation, not entirely unlike a modern military draft, organized well enough that Mera's own papyrus diary could track his specific crew's rotations, tasks, and schedule with genuine administrative precision. Picture, too, why this level of precision actually mattered to the people commissioning it, beyond simple aesthetic pride, since ancient Egyptian religious belief held genuine cosmological significance for exactly this kind of cardinal alignment. The pyramid's precise orientation toward true north connected it symbolically to the circumpolar stars themselves, stars the Egyptians called the imperishable ones, since they never set below the horizon and therefore never appeared to die the way other stars did each morning. A pharaoh's tomb aligned toward these same eternal stars carried real religious weight, a physical, architectural statement about the king's own hoped-for eternal existence after death, meaning the precision we've spent tonight explaining wasn't simply a technical flex. It was a genuinely sincere religious act, made physically, permanently real through careful measurement. Picture the pyramid as it would have actually appeared when Khufu's builders first finished it, considerably different from how it looks today. Its entire surface covered in that smooth, brilliant white Too raw limestone casing we mentioned earlier, polished carefully enough to reflect direct sunlight, visible, according to some ancient accounts, from a considerable distance away across the desert. Picture, then, the same structure many centuries later, sometime after a genuinely massive earthquake struck the region in 1303 CE, loosening a considerable portion of that same outer casing, which local builders subsequently stripped away almost entirely over the following decades, hauling the fine, already cut limestone blocks into nearby Cairo to construct mosques, forts, and ordinary houses, leaving behind the rougher, stepped core structure the pyramid presents to visitors today. Consider for a moment why the genuinely well-documented explanation we've spent tonight walking through so rarely makes it into popular retellings, compared to the considerably more viral claim that this precision remains unexplained. A headline promising an ancient mystery science can't solve travels considerably faster and further than one explaining rope stretchers and water trenches in careful, patient detail. The same basic pattern we've encountered on other nights exploring the Sphinx, the Re-shot structure, and any number of other genuinely fascinating ancient sites, repeatedly dressed up as impossible rather than properly, patiently explained. Picture, instead, what actually gets lost when the mystery framing wins out over the real explanation, since it's worth sitting with honestly. The true story, rope stretchers and water trenches and circumpolar stars, and a family's hard-won engineering education paid for in 2 earlier collapsed pyramids, is considerably more impressive than any vague claim about inexplicable ancient technology could ever manage to be. It requires believing that ordinary human beings, working with genuinely clever but entirely explicable tools, patient methodology, and real accumulated experience, were capable of something extraordinary, rather than requiring some unexplained mysterious force to have done the genuinely hard work for them instead. It's worth addressing one further, genuinely popular claim directly before we continue, since it's closely related to tonight's whole subject, and worth the same careful treatment we've given everything else. In 1994, author Robert B.O.H. Fall proposed what's become known as the Orion correlation theory, arguing that the 3 main pyramids at Giza were deliberately arranged to mirror the specific pattern of the 3 stars in Orion's belt, supposedly encoding sophisticated astronomical knowledge into the monument's overall layout. The theory found genuine popular traction, appearing in numerous documentaries and books over the following decades. Picture, though, what professional astronomers and Egyptologists actually found when they tested this specific claim carefully. The proposed stellar match requires selectively adjusting which stars represent which pyramids, and doesn't account for the pyramids' actual relative sizes, which don't correspond to the different brightness of the 3 stars in Orion's belt the way the theory would require if it were genuinely intentional. Astronomer Ed Krupp and others have published detailed critiques finding the correlation considerably weaker than its popular presentation suggests. More a case of humans skillfully finding a pattern they were already looking for than genuine evidence of deliberate ancient astronomical encoding. It's worth knowing this critique exists, since the Orion theory remains genuinely popular in certain corners of the internet, even though the careful, testable version of the claim hasn't held up well under actual scrutiny. Consider how this fits the same broader pattern tonight's entire story has been quietly built around. Real, demonstrable, ancient astronomical sophistication, circumpolar star sighting, used for genuine cardinal alignment, sits right alongside a considerably less well-supported claim: deliberate stellar correlation in pyramid layout. And it's worth being able to tell the two apart clearly. One is carefully tested, experimentally replicated, and broadly accepted by researchers actually studying the evidence. The other is a popular, appealing pattern that hasn't survived the same level of careful scrutiny nearly as well. Picture the actual process of cutting limestone blocks free from the quarry face itself. Workers using simple copper chisels for the finer, more delicate work, and considerably heavier balls of dolerite, a genuinely hard volcanic stone, swung repeatedly by hand to pound and shape the softer limestone into rough block form. This was slow, physically exhausting labor, copper being a relatively soft metal that dulled quickly and needed constant resharpening, meaning a single block's rough extraction from the quarry face could represent days of sustained, careful physical effort from a coordinated team working together. Picture, once a block was finally cut free, the considerable challenge of actually moving it, since some of the granite blocks destined for the king's chamber weighed as much as 80 tons apiece. Egyptian tomb paintings from other sites depict workers hauling massive stone statues on wooden sledges with a single worker positioned at the sledge's leading edge, pouring water directly onto the sand just ahead of it. A team of physicists at the University of Amsterdam, publishing their findings in 2014, tested this exact technique experimentally and confirmed that wetting sand just ahead of a sledge can reduce friction dramatically, in some tests by roughly half, meaning considerably fewer workers were needed to move the same enormous weight than dry sand alone would have required. Consider how neatly this particular finding fits everything else we've covered tonight, a detail preserved almost incidentally in ancient artwork, dismissed by some earlier researchers as simply decorative or symbolic, turning out under careful modern experimental testing to represent genuine, sophisticated physical understanding. Real ancient engineers had worked out a real physics principle through patient trial and observation, long before anyone had a formal word for friction or the science to properly explain why wetting the sand actually worked as well as it clearly did. So just how many people actually built this thing, and how long did it genuinely take them? Picture the Greek historian Herodotus visiting Egypt roughly 2,000 years after Khufu's own reign, recording a local tradition claiming the pyramid took 20 years to build, and describing secondhand an enormous workforce numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Modern archaeological evidence drawn from the workers' village and the careful logistics documented in Mera's own papyrus diary suggests Herodotus's specific numbers were likely considerably inflated, a story already passed through many generations of retelling by the time he personally heard it. Mark L.A. Weiner and C.A.H.E. Hawaz, working together on considerable portions of the Giza excavations, have proposed a permanent skilled workforce closer to 20 or 30,000 people at any given time, rotating through organized shifts rather than the enormous static population Herodotus's ancient account suggests. Consider how this more modest, better supported figure actually strengthens tonight's whole story rather than weakening it. A smaller, more skilled, better organized workforce achieving this level of precision is considerably more impressive than an enormous, undifferentiated mass of laborers simply overwhelming the problem through sheer numbers. It suggests genuine expertise, careful training, and real organizational sophistication. Exactly the kind of picture the workers' village, the ration records, and Mara's own careful logbook all consistently support. Picture the grand gallery, deep inside the pyramid's core, a soaring, corbelled passage rising toward the king's chamber, its walls narrowing gradually as they climb, built using a construction technique requiring each successive course of stone to project slightly inward past the one beneath it. A genuinely sophisticated method for spanning considerable height without any of the structural arch technology that wouldn't become common in the region for many centuries afterward. It stands as one more piece of evidence alongside everything else we've walked through tonight, that this building's genuine impressiveness was never really about any single measurement or any single mysterious technique, but about an entire, coordinated body of real engineering knowledge, patiently assembled and confidently applied across every single part of the finished structure. Picture, for a moment, exactly why this particular monument attracts so much more mystery framing than considerably more mathematically impressive achievements from other ancient cultures, since the pattern itself is worth naming plainly. Maya astronomers tracked Venus's orbital cycle with an error of only a few hours across many centuries of observation. Babylonian mathematicians developed genuinely sophisticated methods for predicting eclipses generations in advance. Neither achievement generates nearly the same volume of historians, can't explain this content that the Great Pyramid reliably does, despite both representing comparably impressive intellectual accomplishments. It's worth sitting with the possibility that scale itself, an enormous, visually overwhelming physical monument, simply feels more inherently mysterious to modern eyes than an equally impressive, but considerably less visually dramatic mathematical calculation, regardless of which achievement actually required more genuine sophistication to produce. Consider, too, how thoroughly this same pattern echoes something we've encountered before on other nights, walking through the Sphinx's supposed water erosion, or a Sahara desert formation briefly mistaken for Atlantis. In every single case, the genuine, well-documented explanation existed the entire time, patiently developed by researchers doing exactly the careful, unglamorous workmark L.A. Weiner, Kate Spence, Glenn Dash, and dozens of other specialists have spent entire careers on, while a considerably more viral considerably less accurate version of the story kept circulating instead, simply because uncertainty travels faster and further than careful, hard-won answers ever seem to manage. Picture one final research team working the Giza plateau even now, drone-mounted photogrammetry equipment capturing thousands of overlapping images to build increasingly precise three-dimensional models of the entire site. Ground-penetrating radar surveys searching for chambers and passages that might still remain genuinely undiscovered beneath 4,500 years of accumulated sand and debris. This particular story isn't finished being researched even now. New technology keeps refining old measurements, occasionally revealing genuinely new details. A previously unknown internal void detected by cosmic ray muon scanning in 2017, for instance, still being actively studied and debated by the same community of careful, patient researchers. This entire night's story has followed. Picture the Scan Pyramids research team, an international collaboration announcing their genuinely striking 2017 discovery. A previously unknown void running above the Grand Gallery, detected using specialized plates sensitive to muons. Tiny subatomic particles constantly raining down from cosmic rays, striking Earth's upper atmosphere, which pass through solid stone at predictable rates that shift measurably wherever hidden empty space happens to interrupt that stone. This genuinely is an honest, still unresolved mystery, considerably narrower and more specific than the broad measurement questions we spent most of tonight answering, since nobody yet knows for certain what this particular void actually is. A genuine hidden chamber, a structural gap left deliberately during construction, or something else entirely. Consider how refreshing it is, by this point in tonight's story, to finally sit with a genuinely open question after spending so much time patiently closing several others. The muon-detected void is real, confirmed independently by multiple separate research teams using different detection methods, and its actual purpose remains honestly unknown. Exactly the kind of careful, well-earned uncertainty that deserves to be called a mystery, considerably more than the measurement questions ever really did, since those, as we've spent tonight demonstrating, were never actually mysterious once you knew where to look for the answer. Picture, finally, the difference this distinction actually makes between a genuine open question like the muon void, honestly still being investigated by serious researchers using cutting-edge physics, and a manufactured mystery like the pyramid's overall precision, which sounds dramatic in a headline, but dissolves almost completely once you spend a few patient hours, the way we have tonight, actually walking through the real, well-documented answer. Both kinds of stories are worth telling. They're just worth telling honestly, each one labeled correctly for what it actually is. Picture the wider Giza plateau beyond Khufu's own pyramid. Since the precision we've spent tonight explaining wasn't a single isolated achievement, but part of a broader pattern across the entire site. Frey, Khufu's son, built the second pyramid nearby a generation later, appearing from certain angles even taller than his father's monument, simply because it sits on slightly higher bedrock and still retaining, near its very peak, a small remaining patch of the original polished limestone casing that once covered the entire structure. A rare surviving glimpse of exactly how brilliant and smooth the whole complex would have originally appeared. Menkaure considerably smaller third pyramid, built by Frey's own son, shows unfinished granite casing blocks still roughly cut near its base, offering a genuinely rare accidental window into the raw material's appearance before Egyptian workers had fully smoothed and polished it into its final intended form. Consider what modern structural engineers, professionals who spend entire careers thinking carefully about exactly these kinds of precision and load-bearing questions, actually say when asked to evaluate Khufu's achievement directly. Engineers studying the pyramid's construction methods have repeatedly noted that achieving this level of accuracy across a structure this size would remain a genuinely serious challenge even today. Using modern tools, without the benefit of Egypt's own patient, iterative, generational engineering education. It's not that modern technology couldn't do it. It's that doing it this well, this consistently, requires exactly the kind of careful, disciplined process we've spent tonight walking through, regardless of which specific era's tools happen to be available. Picture one last quiet detail worth holding onto: the pyramid's original capstone, called a pyramidion, likely covered in gleaming electrum, a natural alloy of gold and silver, positioned at the very peak where it would have caught the first and last light of each day, visible from a considerable distance before the sun ever properly rose over the surrounding desert. No pyramidion survives from Khufu's own monument today, lost sometime across the intervening millennia. But smaller examples recovered from other Old Kingdom pyramids confirm the general design. A small, perfect, precisely angled echo of the entire enormous structure beneath it. The same careful proportional thinking applied at every single scale, from a single capstone small enough to hold in 2 hands, all the way up to a base large enough to swallow 9 football fields whole. It's worth finishing the story we started earlier tonight regarding Sneferu's own difficult path. Since we left it right after his second attempt bent partway through construction, and the actual resolution matters considerably to understanding Khufu's later success. Picture Sneferu's third and final attempt, now called the Red Pyramid for the faint reddish tint of its exposed limestone core, built using the same shallower angle his builders had learned to trust after the bent pyramid's own mid-construction correction, applied confidently from the very first course this time, rather than adjusted partway through. The Red Pyramid stands today as the first genuinely successful, smooth-sided pyramid ever completed anywhere in Egypt. A direct, hard-won product of 2 previous failures, finally getting it right on the third, considerably more careful attempt. Consider what this actually means for the specific precision we opened tonight's story with. Khufu inherited not just his father's throne, but his father's engineers, his father's surveyors, and his father's own considerable, expensive, occasionally embarrassing engineering education. 3 complete pyramid projects worth of accumulated practical knowledge about angles, weight distribution, and structural stability, available to apply directly to an even larger, even more ambitious project at Giza. The precision we've spent tonight explaining wasn't a lucky first attempt at all. It was, quite literally, a 3rd-generation refinement built by people who had already made and already carefully corrected exactly the kinds of mistakes that precision like this requires learning from. Picture the sound this entire operation would have actually produced if you could somehow stand at the edge of the plateau and simply listen the steady, rhythmic knock of dolerite pounders against limestone, the creak of wooden sledges dragged slowly across dampened sand, distant voices calling coordinated instructions between work gangs, and underneath all of it, the patient, continuous murmur of an enormous, well-organized society, quietly, carefully building something meant to outlast every single person currently making that noise. by a margin none of them could have possibly imagined at the time. Picture, briefly, what happened to pyramid building in the centuries following Khufu's own considerable achievement, since the story doesn't simply continue climbing toward ever greater precision and scale forever afterward. Later Old Kingdom pharaohs built progressively smaller pyramids, their construction quality gradually declining as centralized royal authority weakened and resources grew considerably more constrained across subsequent dynasties. By the time of the Middle Kingdom, several centuries later, pyramid cores were sometimes built from mud brick rather than solid stone, faced only with a thin outer layer of proper limestone, a genuinely visible measure of just how much royal resources and organizational capacity Khufu's own project had actually required at its considerable peak. Consider, too, why Egyptian rulers eventually abandoned prominent pyramid tombs almost entirely, shifting instead toward hidden, deliberately concealed rock-cut tombs carved into a remote desert valley archaeologists now call the Valley of the Kings. A pyramid's very visibility, the same quality that made it such a powerful, permanent religious and political statement in Khufu's own era, also made it an obvious, unmissable target for tomb robbers. And by the New Kingdom period, many centuries after Giza's own construction, Egyptian rulers had apparently concluded that a hidden tomb offered considerably better long-term protection than an enormous, unmissable monument openly announcing exactly where a pharaoh's treasures could be found. It's a genuinely fitting piece of context to hold alongside everything else tonight, that the very achievement we've spent hours carefully explaining, precision so remarkable, it still draws serious scholarly attention 4,500 years later, eventually became something later Egyptian rulers deliberately chose to move away from, not because the engineering knowledge was lost, but because visibility itself turned out to carry its own considerable risk. A monument built to proclaim eternal permanence also unavoidably proclaiming exactly where to dig. There's one more genuinely popular claim worth addressing directly before we continue, since anyone who has spent any time reading about this pyramid has almost certainly encountered it. Divide the pyramid's total perimeter by twice its height, and the result comes remarkably close to pi, the mathematical constant describing a circle's circumference relative to its diameter. A coincidence some popular writers have presented as evidence of secret, otherwise undocumented Egyptian mathematical knowledge centuries ahead of its time. Picture, though, what Egyptologists studying the pyramids' actual construction method have generally proposed instead. A considerably simpler, more mundane explanation, requiring no hidden knowledge of pi at all. If Egyptian builders measured a pyramid slope using a unit called a SEH-KED, expressing the incline as a specific ratio of horizontal distance to vertical rise, a practical, everyday measurement genuinely attested in surviving Egyptian mathematical texts. Certain simple, whole number SEH-KED values happen to produce a perimeter to height ratio remarkably close to pi entirely by mathematical coincidence, without the builders ever needing to know or calculate pi itself at all. Egyptian mathematics, as recorded in genuine surviving documents, including the Rind mathematical papyrus, shows real, considerable sophistication in practical geometry and measurement, but no evidence anywhere of a formal understanding of pi as an abstract constant, the way later Greek mathematicians would eventually develop. Consider how this particular pattern fits everything else we've covered tonight. A genuinely striking numerical coincidence, examined carefully rather than presented as evidence of secret ancient knowledge, turns out to have a considerably more mundane, considerably better documented explanation. An ordinary practical measurement system, chosen for entirely practical reasons, having nothing to do with circles at all, that happens to produce a mathematically interesting ratio as an incidental side effect. It's the same lesson tonight's entire journey keeps circling back to. Examined carefully, real explanations tend to be more interesting, not less, than the mysterious version they quietly replace. Picture something genuinely charming, discovered scattered across numerous blocks throughout the pyramid's interior structure. Quarry marks and graffiti left by the work crews themselves, hastily painted in red ochre, recording crew names and dates directly onto stone, never meant to be seen again once construction finished, and the blocks were sealed permanently into place. British explorer Richard Howard Vyse, the same researcher who found Khufu's name in the relieving chambers above the king's chamber, also recovered exactly this kind of informal worker graffiti. Crew names like the ones we mentioned earlier. Ordinary workers quietly signing their own contribution to a project they clearly understood was considerably larger than any single one of them. In a place they knew, with genuine confidence, no living person would ever see again. Consider what these small, hidden marks actually confirm about the people behind tonight's entire story. These weren't anonymous laborers working without any personal investment in the outcome. They were organized crews, proud enough of their specific contribution to leave their own names behind, even in spaces they knew would be sealed forever. A small, genuinely human detail that the precision and mathematics we've spent most of tonight discussing can sometimes make easy to forget entirely. Real people built this. Real people with names, with crews they were proud to belong to, with enough confidence in their own careful, patient work that they were willing to sign it, even knowing no one would ever read the signature. Let your own body settle a little further now, the way this whole long project finally settled into stillness once the very last block was set precisely into place. We've walked through nearly every piece of tonight's original puzzle: the squared base, the level foundation, the true north alignment, the internal engineering, the accumulated family history of trial and error that made it all possible. What's left is really just the shape of the answer itself: patient people, real tools, and an enormous amount of careful, repeated checking, applied consistently enough, across enough time, to produce something that still, 4,500 years later, holds its edges true. Picture a completely different Egyptian precision achievement worth knowing about, considerably smaller in scale, but arguably just as demanding: the careful astronomical alignment of temples at Karnak and Abu Simbel, built centuries after Khufu's own reign, oriented so precisely that the rising sun illuminates specific inner sanctuaries only on particular calendar dates each year. A genuinely deliberate piece of architectural astronomy, requiring exactly the same kind of careful, patient sky observation we've spent tonight discussing in the specific context of true north alignment. Egyptian builders clearly carried this same fundamental skill, set forward across many centuries and many separate monuments, refining and reapplying it repeatedly rather than achieving it once at Giza, and then somehow losing the knowledge. Consider the broader administrative apparatus that made projects at this scale genuinely repeatable across Egyptian history, not just at Giza, but at dozens of other sites across multiple dynasties. Scribes trained in dedicated schools learned standardized measurement systems, mathematical techniques for calculating volume and material requirements, and formal record-keeping practices, an entire educational and bureaucratic infrastructure specifically designed to reliably transmit exactly this kind of technical knowledge from one generation of builders to the next. Mara's own papyrus diary, the document we spent considerable time with earlier tonight, exists precisely because this scribble tradition valued careful written record keeping enough to train dedicated professionals in exactly that skill. Picture, for a moment, the genuine intellectual lineage connecting Hemiunu's original design decisions at Giza to these later, considerably more astronomically ambitious temple alignments centuries afterward. A continuous thread of accumulated Egyptian engineering and observational knowledge passed down through formal scribble education, refined project by project, monument by monument, across a genuinely impressive span of continuous civilization. The precision we opened tonight's story with wasn't an isolated peak, achieved once and never repeated. It was the visible foundation of a considerably longer, considerably more sustained tradition of careful, patient Egyptian engineering excellence. Picture the broader Old Kingdom economy required to actually fund a project on this scale, since precision measurement alone, however impressive, couldn't have produced this monument without an enormous, sustained agricultural surplus behind it. Egypt's Nile floodplain, renewed reliably every single year by the river's own predictable annual flood, produced enough surplus grain to feed tens of thousands of workers, craftsmen, and administrators for years at a stretch, freeing that considerable workforce from needing to farm their own food during their rotating labor service. Without this reliable agricultural foundation, none of the careful measurement techniques we've spent tonight discussing would have had the sustained, coordinated labor force necessary to actually put them into practice at this scale. Consider how directly this connects tonight's entire story back to something genuinely fundamental about how large, coordinated human achievements actually happen, not through any single brilliant insight alone, but through the patient convergence of several separate systems working together. Reliable food production, standardized measurement, organized administration, accumulated engineering experience, and a workforce with genuine reason to take pride in careful, precise work. Remove any single one of these supporting systems, and the whole achievement becomes considerably less likely, regardless of how clever any individual surveyor's specific technique happen to be. Picture, finally, the rind mathematical papyrus once more, copied by a scribe named Ahmes sometime around 1650 BCE, considerably later than Khufu's own era, but explicitly copying material the scribe himself claims derives from a much older source text containing genuinely sophisticated problems involving fractions, geometry, and practical measurement calculations directly relevant to construction and land surveying. While this specific document postdates the Great Pyramid by many centuries, it offers a real, tangible window into exactly the kind of mathematical tradition Egyptian builders were already working within. A tradition confident enough in its own practical geometry to solve genuinely complex measurement problems using nothing more than careful, systematic, well-documented technique. Picture a single day in the working life of one of Khufu's survey team members, someone whose name we'll never actually know, waking before dawn in the workers' village, sharing bread and beer with the rest of their crew, then walking out onto the plateau while the light was still gray and uncertain, carrying a cubit rod checked that same morning against the master standard. Their entire day might consist of nothing more dramatic than repeatedly checking a single stretch of the pyramid's base against that same rod, marking small corrections, checking again, correcting further, the same patient, repetitive verification happening simultaneously at dozens of other points around the site's considerable perimeter. An enormous, coordinated effort built entirely from hundreds of small, unglamorous, individually unremarkable acts of careful measurement. Consider how this same basic story, patient measurement, achieving remarkable precision through sheer accumulated care rather than any single dramatic insight, echoes across other ancient cultures working on their own considerable monuments during this same broad era. Stonehenge's builders in Britain, working with nothing more sophisticated than wooden markers and careful solstice observation, achieved genuinely impressive astronomical alignment, using methods not entirely unlike the circumpolar star sighting we discussed earlier tonight. Mesopotamian ziggurat builders developed their own considerable expertise in foundation leveling and mud brick construction, refined across many centuries of accumulated regional building tradition. None of these achievements required any connection between the cultures producing them. Each one simply represents patient, skilled humans working independently, arriving at genuinely impressive solutions to genuinely difficult engineering problems, using whatever specific tools and traditions their own particular civilization happened to have developed. Picture, one more time, the specific combination of factors that made Giza's own achievement possible. Not magic, not lost technology, not secret knowledge from anywhere beyond ordinary human ingenuity, but reliable food surplus, standardized measurement, formal scribble education, accumulated family engineering experience spanning 3 complete pyramid projects, and a workforce genuinely proud enough of their own careful craft to sign their names on stone they knew would never be seen again. Every single piece of that combination is documented, tested, and understood by researchers today. Named researchers, working through careful, patient, genuinely unglamorous archaeological and experimental work. Exactly the same kind of patient effort the original builders themselves relied on to get their own remarkable measurements right. Is absolutely everything about this pyramid's interior fully accounted for, then? Or are there still real, honest gaps left in our understanding, even after everything we've covered tonight? Picture a small, narrow shaft running from the Queen's chamber deep inside the pyramid, discovered by engineer Wayne Mann, D.I.K. Son, in 1872, who found, lodged inside it, a handful of genuinely puzzling small objects, a short length of cedar wood, a bronze hook, and a small stone ball, collectively now known as the Dixon relics. The wooden fragment went missing for well over a century afterward, its location simply lost within the considerable clutter of Victorian-era museum storage, until researchers at the University of Aberdeen rediscovered it in 2020, sitting quietly in a cigar box within their own collection, finally allowing modern radiocarbon testing to attempt dating it directly. Consider what those tests actually found, since the results turned out to be genuinely more complicated than a simple confirmation would have been. The radiocarbon dating placed the wood's age somewhat earlier than Khufu's own reign, a result researchers have proposed could reflect several different honest explanations. Wood from an older tree used considerably after it was originally felled, contamination affecting the sample's accuracy, or simply the genuine uncertainty radiocarbon dating always carries at the edges of its measurable range. This remains, honestly, an open question. Exactly the kind of narrow, well-defined uncertainty that deserves to be called a genuine mystery. Unlike the broader measurement questions we spent most of tonight resolving. Picture, too, the narrow shafts running from both the king's and queen's chambers toward the pyramid's exterior surface, long debated among Egyptologists regarding their actual purpose. Some researchers propose these were simple ventilation shafts, allowing fresh air to reach workers during construction, or simply keeping interior chambers from growing stale afterward. Others, drawing on Egyptian religious texts describing the pharaoh's soul journeying toward specific stars after death, propose the shafts were deliberately aligned toward particular constellations, a symbolic pathway rather than a practical one. Robotic cameras sent into these narrow passages in recent decades, including a notable 2002 expedition, have confirmed the shaft's end in small stone doors, some fitted with what appear to be copper handles, deepening rather than resolving the question of their original intended purpose. Picture a young British archaeologist named Flinders Petrie camping directly on the Giza plateau across the winter of 1880 and 1881, conducting what remains, even now, one of the most careful and influential surveys of the entire pyramid complex ever undertaken. Petrie's methodical measurements, taken using precision instruments he'd brought specifically for the purpose, and cross-checked repeatedly against each other, established the baseline figures nearly every subsequent researcher, including Glenn Dash, working with laser equipment well over a century later, has continued referencing and testing against. Petrie effectively founded the entire careful, evidence-based tradition of pyramid measurement tonight's whole story has depended on, treating the monument not as a source of speculation, but as a genuine physical object worth patiently, precisely documenting. Consider how directly this connects back to the very beginning of tonight's journey. Since Petrie's own methodology, careful instruments, repeated cross-checking, patient verification, mirrors almost exactly the same basic approach Khufu's own surveyors likely used 4,500 years earlier. Good measurement, it turns out, has always required roughly the same basic discipline, regardless of which specific century or which specific tools happen to be available: patience, careful cross-checking, and a genuine willingness to verify your own results rather than simply trust your first attempt. Picture the site today, protected as a UNESCO World Heritage location since 1979, drawing millions of visitors annually, many of them walking directly past the same small quarry marks and worker graffiti we discussed earlier tonight without ever noticing them, focused instead on the monument's overall scale rather than the countless small, careful decisions that actually produced it. Conservation teams continue monitoring the structure's condition today, tracking everything from tourist foot traffic wearing down interior passages to the gradual, ongoing effects of temperature and humidity changes inside chambers that were never originally designed for constant modern visitation. Picture a modern construction site by comparison. Contemporary builders working with laser levels, GPS-guided equipment, and computer-modeled structural calculations, and consider that regulatory building codes in many countries today still permit a considerably larger margin of error across a comparable foundation than what Khufu's own workers actually achieved using water trenches and knotted rope. It's worth sitting with that comparison honestly, not to suggest anything mysterious about ancient capability, but to properly calibrate exactly how impressive patient, careful, low technology precision can genuinely be when enough skilled attention and enough willingness to check and recheck every measurement gets applied consistently across an entire project. Consider the modern Egyptian antiquities authorities who continue overseeing research at the site today, working alongside international teams, including the Scan Pyramids collaboration we discussed earlier tonight, carefully balancing genuine scientific curiosity against the equally genuine need to protect an irreplaceable 4,500-year-old monument from any research method risky enough to cause actual physical damage. Every scan, every survey, every careful measurement taken today passes through layers of approval, specifically designed to ensure this remarkable structure survives to be studied and simply appreciated by many more future generations still to come. Picture, finally, the particular kind of patience this entire story has actually required at every single stage, from the original rope stretchers checking their knotted cords against the master cubit, to Flindare's PEE tree camping through a cold Egyptian winter with precision instruments, to Glenn Dash kneeling on the same corners generations later with laser equipment to a research team in Aberdeen, carefully radiocarbon testing a rediscovered fragment of ancient cedar. Patience, applied consistently, checked and rechecked, across thousands of years in both directions, is really the only thread genuinely necessary to explain everything tonight's story has covered. It's worth addressing one further specific, frequently repeated claim about this monument's precision, since it's genuinely one of the most commonly cited details in popular retellings. Flinders, Petrie himself, during that same careful 1880 survey, measured the joints between certain surviving casing stones and found gaps as narrow as 1/50th of an inch, tight enough that popular accounts often claim a knife blade couldn't be inserted between them. This detail is genuinely accurate, and it's worth understanding exactly how it was actually achieved, since the answer involves neither exotic tools nor lost technology, simply an enormous amount of patient, repeated trial fitting. Picture 2, casing blocks being brought together for the final time, already roughly shaped at the quarry, hauled into position, and then carefully, repeatedly test-fitted against each other, workers marking exactly where the surfaces failed to meet perfectly, removing the block again, grinding down the marked high points using considerably harder stone abrasives, and repeating this same patient cycle, sometimes many times over, until the two surfaces finally settled together with no meaningful gap remaining between them. This is genuinely demanding, skilled work, but it's demanding in the same way a modern stonemason's careful joint fitting is demanding, requiring patience and genuine craft rather than any technology beyond harder stone, careful hands, and a willingness to keep checking and adjusting until the fit was actually right. Consider how many of the surviving casing stones show clear evidence of exactly this trial and error fitting process. Faint grinding marks and slight surface irregularities, invisible from a distance, but clearly visible to researchers examining the stones closely today. Physical proof of the patient, repeated adjustment process rather than any single, effortless, mysteriously perfect cut. The precision was real. The method producing it was simply considerably more laborious and considerably more human than the popular version of the story usually bothers to mention. Picture the Nile itself, rising and falling in its own reliable annual rhythm, and consider how directly Egyptian builders timed their heaviest transportation work around that same predictable flood cycle. During the annual inundation, when floodwaters spread considerably closer to the plateau's own edge, boats loaded with granite and fine limestone could travel much nearer to the actual construction site than during drier months, meaning the most physically demanding stretch of overland hauling shrank considerably during exactly the weeks when water levels cooperated. Mara's own papyrus diary records trips, timed carefully around this same seasonal pattern. One more example of Egyptian builders working patiently with natural conditions rather than fighting against them. Consider, too, the specialized harbor and canal system archaeologists have identified near the pyramid's own base, channels dug specifically to bring loaded boats as close to the construction site as engineering allowed, reducing the distance every single stone needed to travel by sledge across dry land. Excavations conducted by Mark L.A. Weiner's team have traced portions of this canal network directly, confirming it was a genuine, deliberately engineered piece of transportation infrastructure, built specifically to serve this one considerable project rather than an incidental or accidental waterway. Picture the sheer coordination this entire transportation system actually required. Boats arriving on schedule, canals maintained and kept clear, sledge crews standing ready the moment a shipment reached its final overland stretch. Survey teams simultaneously continuing their own separate, patient measurement work on a completely different part of the site. None of these separate operations could have succeeded working in isolation. The precision we've spent tonight explaining depended just as much on this kind of coordinated, large-scale logistics as it did on any single surveying technique. An entire society's administrative capacity, focused patiently on one enormous, shared project. Picture the considerable list of monuments ancient Greek writers eventually compiled as the 7 wonders of the ancient world: the Hanging Gardens, the lighthouse at Alexandria, the colossal statue at Rhodes, each one genuinely remarkable, and every single one of them, except Khufu's own pyramid, now lost entirely, reduced to written descriptions, scattered fragments, or educated archaeological guesswork about exactly what they once actually looked like. The Great Pyramid alone survives largely intact, not because it was built with any secret, unrepeatable technique, but because it was built so thoroughly, so deliberately over-engineered relative to what strictly minimal stability would have required, that even losing its entire polished outer casing to medieval quarrying, still left a structure genuinely capable of standing indefinitely afterward. Consider what that particular kind of durability actually required from its original builders. A genuine, considered decision to build well beyond the minimum standard necessary for the monument to simply stand upright during their own lifetimes. Khufu's engineers weren't building for a single generation, or even for several. Every single technique we've spent tonight discussing, the careful leveling, the precise alignment, the internal relieving chambers, distributing weight away from vulnerable chambers below, all of it reflects builders genuinely planning for a timescale considerably longer than they themselves could have realistically expected to witness. An entire monument built, quite deliberately, to outlast its own civilization. Picture, one more time, exactly what that decision actually cost in terms of the patient measurement we've spent tonight walking through, since durability at this scale isn't free. Every additional degree of precision in the base's leveling, every additional arc minute of accuracy in the true north alignment, every additional hour spent trial fitting a single casing joint represented real, considerable labor that a less ambitious project could have simply skipped. Khufu's builders chose, again and again, at every single stage, to spend that extra effort anyway, and the direct physical result of that accumulated choice is still standing on the Giza plateau tonight, the only one of the ancient world's 7 original wonders that never actually needed rebuilding from written memory at all. Picture, briefly, the pyramid texts, a genuinely important collection of Egyptian religious inscriptions carved directly into pyramid interior walls, describing in considerable detail the pharaoh's expected journey through the afterlife toward the eternal, imperishable stars. It's worth being precise here, since these particular texts actually first appear carved inside the pyramid of Oonaz, a considerably later 5th dynasty ruler, roughly 2 centuries after Khufu's own reign, meaning we can't say with certainty that identical beliefs were already fully formalized in exactly this way when Giza itself was actually built. What the later texts do confirm, though, is that the general religious framework connecting pyramid construction to stellar alignment, the same framework we discussed earlier tonight regarding the pyramid's true north orientation, was genuinely, deeply embedded in Egyptian royal religious thinking across this entire broader period, whether or not the the specific carved wording existed quite yet in Khufu's own particular era. Consider the sheer physical scale of this project for a moment. Since it's worth holding the actual numbers in mind alongside everything else we've covered tonight so far. The Great Pyramid contains an estimated 3 million individual stone blocks, most weighing between 2.5 and 15 tons apiece, assembled into a structure that held the record for tallest human-made building on Earth for roughly 38 centuries, a span of time longer than separates us today from Khufu's own reign in the first place. Modern mega-projects, dam construction, skyscraper foundations, major bridge crossings still routinely take years of careful survey work before a single permanent structure begins rising. Using tools infinitely more sophisticated than anything available at Giza, and still occasionally producing errors considerably larger than what Khufu's own patient surveyors achieved using rope, water, and careful observation of the night sky. Picture Zahi Hawass, former Egyptian minister of antiquities, who spent decades directly overseeing excavation and conservation work across the entire Giza plateau, including considerable portions of the workers' village research we discussed earlier tonight, often working directly alongside Mark Weiner's own team. Hawass has spoken publicly on numerous occasions about his own particular frustration with popular media, consistently favoring mysterious, unexplained framings of this monument over the genuinely fascinating, well-documented archaeological reality his own decades of careful fieldwork actually uncovered. A frustration tonight's entire journey has tried to take seriously and properly address. Picture a laboratory considerably removed from the Giza plateau itself. Researchers carefully extracting tiny fragments of charcoal and reed, organic material accidentally embedded within the pyramid's mortar during original construction, preparing samples for radiocarbon dating specifically to independently verify the monument's actual age against Egypt's own traditional royal chronology. A considerable dating study published in the journal Radiocarbon in the early 1990, testing dozens of these embedded organic samples, returned results generally consistent with the traditional chronological placement of Khufu's reign, though running slightly earlier than some previous estimates. A genuine, independent, scientific cross-check confirming the monument's age through an entirely separate method. From Egypt's own historical king lists and dynastic records, consider what this kind of independent verification actually accomplishes for tonight's whole story, confirming not just when the pyramid was built, but strengthening confidence in the broader historical framework. Khufu's reign, his father Sneferu's earlier pyramids, the accumulated engineering lineage we traced between them, that everything else tonight has depended on. Science and archaeology aren't simply trusting ancient Egyptian records at face value. They're testing those records repeatedly through independent physical methods and finding again and again that the traditional account holds up genuinely well under careful modern scrutiny. Picture, for a moment, why the ancient alien's framing specifically holds such persistent, widespread cultural appeal, beyond simply making for a punchier headline than careful archaeology. There's a genuinely uncomfortable undercurrent worth naming honestly in many versions of this particular claim. A reluctance to credit ancient African and Middle Eastern civilizations with achievements that popular imagination sometimes prefers crediting to outside intervention instead. An echo of exactly the same troubling pattern historians have identified behind the old, thoroughly debunked mound builder myth surrounding ancient American earthworks. Recognizing this pattern doesn't mean every person curious about the pyramid's precision is operating from anything but genuine curiosity. It simply means understanding honestly where some of this particular mystery framing's persistent cultural appeal actually comes from. Picture, for a moment, what a genuine measurement failure would have actually looked like. Since it's worth understanding the alternative to properly appreciate what Khufu's builders actually achieved. A base leveled poorly enough would cause visible, embarrassing leaning within the very first few courses. Exactly the kind of structural problems Sneferu's own engineers had already encountered and publicly, visibly corrected at the bent pyramid a generation earlier. A true north alignment off by several degrees, rather than a few arc minutes, would have been immediately obviously apparent to anyone standing back and comparing the finished structure against the actual rising and setting sun. The fact that none of these visible failures happened at Giza isn't proof of anything mysterious. It's proof that the accumulated lessons from two earlier, well-documented failures had genuinely, thoroughly sunk in by the time construction began. Consider the small seal impressions and additional inscribed objects beyond the red ochre graffiti in the relieving chambers that further confirm Khufu's own direct connection to this project. Clay seals bearing his royal name recovered from various points across the site, and a small ivory statuette discovered considerably later in 1903 at a completely different site in Abydos, showing the pharaoh seated on his throne, currently the only known three-dimensional image of Khufu himself to have survived into the present day. Ironic, given the sheer physical scale of the monument that otherwise carries his name. Picture that small statuette for a moment, barely 3 inches tall, carved from ivory, showing a seated figure whose face has been worn smooth enough by time that fine details are difficult to make out clearly. And consider the genuine strangeness of it. The pharaoh who commissioned the largest, most precisely measured stone structure ever built up to that point in human history is known to us today in 3 dimensions only through an object smaller than an adult human thumb. Picture modern engineering students today in university lecture halls scattered across the entire world, occasionally studying Giza's construction specifically as a case study in project management and large-scale coordination, not because the mathematics involved was especially advanced by modern standards, but because the sheer logistical achievement, coordinating tens of thousands of workers, reliable food supply, standardized measurement, quarrying, transportation, and construction, all proceeding simultaneously across years of sustained effort, still offers genuine lessons about organizing complex human projects at scale, lessons that remain relevant regardless of which specific era's technology happens to be available to apply them. Consider how this same basic organizational challenge, coordinating many separate moving pieces toward one unified, precise outcome, echoes through nearly every other achievement we've discussed across tonight's entire journey. Mara's crews needed to deliver stone on schedule. Survey teams needed their measurements to match perfectly across the entire perimeter. Quarry workers needed their blocks cut to consistent specifications. Bakers needed to keep an enormous workforce properly fed. None of these separate systems could succeed working in true isolation from each other. And the genuine precision we opened tonight's story with was really just the visible, physical proof that all of these separate systems had, in fact, successfully worked together. Picture the considerable influence This specific project's engineering lessons carried forward into later Egyptian construction, evident in the careful, deliberate refinements visible across subsequent Old Kingdom building projects, even as pyramid scale itself gradually declined in the centuries following Khufu's own reign. The specific monument may have represented something close to a peak the Egyptians themselves never quite matched again at exactly this scale, but the underlying engineering knowledge, careful surveying, water leveling, standardized measurement, patient trial fitting, continued shaping Egyptian construction practice for many centuries afterward, a permanent contribution to the civilization's own considerable technical inheritance. Picture a visitor standing at the pyramid's base today, craning their neck upward at a structure considerably taller than most buildings they'll ever personally see anywhere else in their lives, feeling, according to countless accounts across many centuries, a genuine, immediate sense of scale, difficult to properly convey through photographs alone. That same visitor, if they happen to know tonight's whole story, might notice something the casual crowd around them typically misses entirely: faint traces of the original casing stone, joints near the pyramid's base, a small patch of smoother surface here, a subtle color variation there, physical evidence of exactly the patient, careful measurement process we've spent tonight walking through in considerable detail. Consider modern satellite positioning technology, entirely independent from Glenn Dash's own ground-based laser survey, confirming the pyramid's cardinal orientation through GPS measurement taken from directly overhead. Yet another separate, independent method, arriving at essentially the same conclusion every previous careful survey has already reached, dating back all the way to Flindare's PEE trees, own considerably more modest instruments in the 1880. Every single technological advance in measurement capability across nearly a century and a half of continuous study has simply confirmed, with ever-increasing precision, exactly how remarkably accurate Khufu's own ancient surveyors actually managed to be. Picture gathering together now everything tonight's journey has actually covered: the squared base achieved through knotted rope and the 3-4-5 triangle, the leveled foundation achieved through patient water trenches, the true north alignment achieved through careful circumpolar star observation or equinox shadow tracking, the internal relieving chambers distributing weight with genuine structural sophistication, and underneath all of it, an entire coordinated society, reliable food surplus, standardized qubits, trained scribes, skilled rotating labor crews, working together across years of sustained, patient effort. Picture, though, one further piece of this story still genuinely being worked out today, since it's worth returning to fresh, specific research rather than simply reflecting on what's already been covered. The Scan Pyramids team, following up on their 2017 muon-detected void discovery, published additional findings in 2023, identifying a smaller corridor-like structure near the pyramid's original entrance, confirmed through a combination of muon radiography and endoscopic camera examination through a small gap between existing stone blocks. This particular corridor appears to have been deliberately built and then sealed during original construction, and researchers currently propose it likely served to redistribute weight around the nearby main entrance, a structural function similar to the relieving chambers above the king's chamber, though its exact purpose remains, honestly, still under active investigation. Consider how neatly this recent 2023 discovery fits the same pattern tonight's entire story keeps demonstrating. New technology continuing to reveal new structural detail, each new finding generally confirming rather than overturning the broader picture of sophisticated, deliberate engineering that decades of previous research had already established. Nothing about this newest corridor suggests any mysterious purpose beyond ordinary, if genuinely impressive, structural engineering. Exactly the same category of explanation that has successfully accounted for every other feature we've examined across tonight's entire journey. Picture, for comparison, the height of a modern 40-story office tower, and consider that Khufu's pyramid, at its original full height, including its now lost pyramidion capstone, stood taller than most buildings constructed anywhere on Earth, until the completion of the Eiffel Tower in 1889. Meaning, this single ancient Egyptian monument held the record for tallest human-made structure across roughly 3,800 continuous years, a span of recorded human history considerably longer than the entire gap separating ancient Rome from tonight's own conversation. But precision measurement alone couldn't have coordinated tens of thousands of people across years of construction. So what actually held this entire operation together administratively? Picture the internal hierarchy that made a project this size actually manageable day to day. Since coordinating tens of thousands of workers requires considerably more organizational structure than a single vizier issuing orders directly to every individual laborer. Surviving records suggest a layered system. Overseers responsible for entire work gangs, foremen managing smaller crews within those gangs, and scribes embedded at multiple levels specifically to track rations, progress, and schedule. An administrative pyramid in its own way, mirroring the physical one rising above them, each layer responsible for a manageable piece of the whole, reporting upward, receiving instruction downward. The entire system designed to keep information and resources flowing reliably in both directions across an enormously complex, sustained project. Consider how this organizational sophistication compares to later, considerably more famous construction achievements built using entirely different techniques and philosophies. Roman engineers, working many centuries later, developed genuinely revolutionary concrete technology, allowing them to build considerably more complex curved and domed structures than Egyptian post and lintel construction ever attempted. Medieval European cathedral builders developed their own sophisticated flying buttress systems, distributing weight in entirely different ways than Khufu's internal relieving chambers. None of these later achievements diminish what Egyptian builders accomplished at Giza. Each simply represents a different civilization, working with different available materials and different accumulated engineering traditions, solving comparably difficult problems using whatever specific tools and techniques their own particular era had actually developed. Picture, finally, how genuinely rare it is for any ancient engineering achievement to remain this consistently verifiable across nearly a century and a half of increasingly sophisticated modern measurement. From Petry's careful hand instruments, through Dash's laser surveys, to modern satellite positioning and muon radiography. Most ancient claims about ancient precision simply can't be checked this thoroughly, since the original structures haven't survived intact, or the original measurement methods left no clear physical trace behind. Giza's own considerable, continued survival is precisely what has allowed this entire remarkable chain of verification to happen at all. Picture an ordinary Egyptian farmer, someone with no direct involvement in the construction at all, traveling toward Memphis sometime shortly after the pyramid's completion, catching their first distant glimpse of it rising above the horizon, its polished white casing catching full sunlight from many miles away, long before any individual block or careful measurement would have been visible at all. For this person, the genuine, careful precision we've spent tonight explaining would have registered simply as overwhelming scale and brilliance, a physical structure seemingly too large, too perfect, too impossibly white and smooth to have been built by ordinary human hands at all. Exactly the same instinctive reaction, in its own way, that still drives popular mystery framing about this monument today, nearly 4,500 years later. Consider how fitting it actually is that this same instinctive human reaction, awe bordering on disbelief, has persisted essentially unchanged across all those intervening centuries. From an anonymous Old Kingdom farmer glimpsing the finished monument from a considerable distance, to Herodiotus recording second-hand stories a full 2,000 years afterward, to modern documentary viewers today still drawn toward the same basic promise, something built too well to properly explain. The difference tonight's whole journey has tried to make isn't in that instinctive reaction itself, which remains genuinely, understandably powerful. It's simply in what we choose to do with that reaction afterward, whether we stop at the disbelief itself, or whether we do what Mark L.A. Weiner, Kate Spence, Glenn Dash, Flynn-Dares P.E.E. Tree, and so many other patient researchers have already spent their own careers doing, following that same initial wonder all the way through to a real, considered, genuinely satisfying answer. Picture the considerable team of specialists this entire story has actually depended on, spread across nearly a century and a half. An archaeologist camping through a cold desert winter with early precision instruments, a structural engineer excavating bakeries and dormitories to properly understand who actually did the physical work, an astronomer proposing and testing specific star sighting techniques, a surveyor walking the plateau with modern lasers to confirm figures first recorded generations earlier, physicists in a university laboratory testing whether wetted sand really does reduce sledge friction the way ancient artwork suggests, and a museum curator finally rediscovering a small fragment of ancient cedar sitting quietly in a cigar box for over a century. None of these researchers worked in isolation. Each one built directly on work that came before, exactly the same accumulated, patient collaboration that made the original construction possible in the first place. Consider, too, that this same collaborative pattern continues actively right now. Tonight, while you're listening, teams still walking the plateau with increasingly sophisticated equipment, still testing increasingly precise hypotheses about exactly which ancient methods produced exactly which specific measurements. Tonight's account represents the best current understanding available, carefully assembled from everything currently known. And like any honest account of ongoing research, it remains genuinely open to whatever future discovery eventually refines or corrects some particular detail we've covered. Picture the actual weight of everything we've walked through together tonight, not the physical weight of 2.3 million stone blocks, though that's genuinely considerable too, but the weight of patient explanation itself. Dozens of named researchers, hundreds of years of careful, cumulative verification, all of it converging on the same basic, satisfying conclusion. This monument's precision was never actually unexplained. It simply required someone patient enough to walk through the real answer slowly, the same careful, unhurried way its original builders actually achieved it in the first place. Picture what a project of this scale would actually require if somehow undertaken today, using genuinely comparable methods rather than modern heavy machinery. Engineers who have run these calculations generally estimate a project of this scope would still take many years and require thousands of skilled workers. Even with modern logistics and transportation replacing the sledges, canals, and rotating labor crews we've spent tonight discussing. It's a useful thought experiment, precisely because it strips away the temptation to treat ancient achievement as somehow categorically different from modern capability, and instead reveals something more accurate. This was always going to be difficult for any civilization in any era, requiring genuine sustained commitment regardless of which specific tools happen to be available to actually carry it out. Picture the interior of the king's chamber itself, deep inside the pyramid's core, air noticeably warmer and stiller than anywhere outside. The granite walls holding a particular kind of profound silence, broken only by the occasional distant sound of other visitors moving through connecting passages elsewhere in the structure. Standing inside that chamber means standing inside the exact space those relieving chambers above were specifically engineered to protect, surrounded on every side by the same careful, precise stonework we've spent tonight explaining, close enough to reach out and touch granite blocks quarried and transported from 500 miles away, cut and fitted by people who never could have imagined their careful work would still be standing and still being visited this many thousands of years later. Consider what actually made all of this possible, since it's worth stating plainly rather than leaving implied. Not magic, not lost technology, not intervention from anywhere beyond ordinary human ingenuity. Simply patient people working with genuinely clever, well-understood tools, checking their own work again and again, building on their own families' hard-won prior mistakes, organized by a society sophisticated enough to feed, house, and fairly treat the skilled workforce actually doing the labor. Every single piece of that explanation is documented. Every single piece of it holds up under careful, repeated modern scrutiny. And every single piece of it is considerably more impressive, not less, than any vague claim about ancient mystery could ever manage to be. Picture a completely different pyramid tradition entirely, considerably south along the Nile, in the ancient kingdom of Kush, where Nubian rulers built their own considerable pyramids at Meroe centuries after Khufu's own reign. Structures with a genuinely distinct architectural signature, considerably smaller and steeper than their Egyptian counterparts, their sides rising at an angle closer to 70 degrees rather than Giza's own more gradual incline. Nubian builders were clearly aware of Egyptian pyramid tradition, having maintained close cultural and political contact with Egypt across many centuries, yet chose their own distinct proportions and construction style rather than simply copying Giza's specific approach. Evidence of genuine independent architectural development rather than passive imitation. Consider, too, the entirely separate pyramid building traditions that developed thousands of miles away in Mesoamerica, where Maya and later Aztec builders constructed their own stepped pyramid temples using completely different construction techniques, different materials, and an entirely different underlying purpose, generally serving as elevated platforms for temple structures rather than tombs at all. These civilizations had no contact whatsoever with Egypt or with each other, and their pyramids share only the most basic geometric shape in common with Giza's own monument, a genuinely useful reminder that a triangular, tapering structure represents an obvious, intuitive solution to certain structural and symbolic problems. Different cultures across the world arrived at independently, using entirely different specific engineering methods suited to their own particular materials and purposes. Picture how this broader context actually strengthens tonight's central point rather than complicating it. Precise, monumental construction wasn't some singular achievement unique to Egypt alone, requiring outside explanation wherever it appears. It was something multiple, entirely separate human civilizations proved themselves capable of achieving independently, each one working out its own particular solutions through the same basic combination of patient measurement, accumulated engineering experience, and organized, coordinated labor. We've spent tonight examining specifically in Egypt's own case. Picture, one more time, the specific chain of evidence connecting every single claim we've walked through tonight back to real, physical, testable proof, cubit rods you can hold in a museum case today, worker skeletons showing genuine medical care, a papyrus diary describing actual daily logistics, quarry marks left by real named work crews, radiocarbon-dated organic material embedded directly in original mortar, and repeated, independent surveys spanning nearly a century and a half, all confirming the same basic measurements. This isn't a case of trusting ancient claims at face value, or trusting modern speculation instead. It's a case of multiple, entirely separate lines of physical evidence, tested independently by different researchers, using different methods across different decades, all converging on the exact same conclusion. Consider what it would actually require for an alternative explanation, outside intervention, lost advanced technology, some form of ancient knowledge modern science genuinely can't account for, to actually be true instead. It would require every single one of these independent lines of evidence: the workers' village, Mara's papyrus, the radiocarbon dating, the accumulated 3-generation engineering lineage from Meidum through the bent pyramid to the red pyramid, and finally to Giza itself, to somehow all be wrong, or all be elaborate coincidences, all pointing in a direction that happens to perfectly mimic ordinary human capability, without actually being ordinary human capability at all. That's a considerably larger, considerably less parsimonious claim than simply accepting what the evidence has been quietly, consistently showing us the entire time tonight. Picture the plateau falling quiet now, to tourists having left for the day, the last golden light fading from the pyramid's rough, stepped surface, shadows lengthening across sand that has covered and uncovered this same site countless times across the intervening millennia. Somewhere beneath that settling darkness, cubit rods and rope stretchers' knots and water-filled trenches have all long since disappeared entirely, leaving behind only their considerable, careful result, still standing, still holding its shape, still answering patiently to anyone willing to actually measure it. Picture the pyramid's actual height today compared to its original completed form. Since the missing casing stones we discussed earlier cost the monument considerably more than just its original polished brilliance. Modern measurements place the current structure at roughly 455 feet, while its original height, including the vanished pyramidion capstone and the full thickness of its stripped outer casing, would have reached closer to 481 feet, meaning the monument standing on the plateau today is genuinely, measurably shorter than what Khufu's own builders actually completed. A full 26 feet of original structure lost to that 1303 earthquake and the centuries of subsequent stone stripping that followed it. Consider how this detail actually adds one final, satisfying layer to tonight's entire story. Even the ongoing uncertainty about the pyramid's exact original appearance isn't really uncertainty at all. Once you know where to look for the answer, careful archaeological measurement of the small surviving casing fragments near the base, combined with historical accounts describing the missing casing before it was fully stripped away, allows researchers to calculate the original dimensions with genuine, considerable confidence. One more small mystery that dissolves the same way every other one tonight has, once someone patient enough actually sits down and works through the available evidence properly. Picture, finally, everything this long night has actually walked through together. From a survey team gathering their tools before dawn on a leveled bedrock platform, through 3 generations of a single family's hard-won engineering education, through rope and water and careful star sightings, through skeletons showing genuine medical care, and a papyrus diary recording ordinary daily logistics, all the way to laser surveys and muon detectors confirming, again and again, exactly what patient ancient hands had already gotten right the very first time they tried it at this particular scale. Picture one further genuinely interesting piece of evidence worth including: the specific alignment of the three Giza pyramids relative to each other, Khufu's Kah phrase and Menkau rays, arranged along a diagonal line running roughly northeast to southwest across the plateau, close enough to consistent that some researchers have proposed the arrangement reflects deliberate planning across all three separate reigns, while others argue it more likely reflects each successive pharaoh simply choosing available bedrock near his father's or grandfather's own existing monument without any grand unified design connecting all three from the very beginning. This remains, honestly, one further genuinely open question, considerably narrower than tonight's central measurement puzzle, but a fair reminder that not every single detail across this remarkable site has been settled with equal confidence. Consider, one more time, the genuine difference between this kind of honest, narrow uncertainty. Exactly which specific factor explains the three pyramids' relative arrangement, and the considerably broader, considerably more dramatic claim that the entire monument's precision remains fundamentally unexplained. Tonight's journey has tried to hold both kinds of question honestly, celebrating the genuine mysteries that remain while properly resolving the ones that, patiently examined, simply aren't mysteries at all anymore. Picture the workers' village again, cooking fires long extinguished, mud brick walls slowly returning to the desert sand that once provided their raw material. And consider that the actual people who lived and worked there, who ate bread from those bakeries, who received medical care for broken bones, who painted their crew names onto stone they knew no one would ever see again, are the real answer to everything tonight's story set out to explain. Not mysterious forces, not lost civilizations, just patient, skilled, genuinely proud human beings doing careful work, checking it twice, and building something that would eventually outlast every single one of them by considerably more than 4,000 years. Picture one more small, human-scale detail worth holding onto. The specific ration lists Mara's papyrus diary records alongside its careful logistics entries. Exact quantities of bread, beer, dried fish, and vegetables allocated to his particular crew across specific recorded dates. A genuinely mundane accounting record that happens to tell us, with real confidence, exactly what an ordinary Old Kingdom construction worker actually ate during a typical working week. It's a small thing, but it's worth sitting with that we know more about one specific ancient work crew's actual diet. Thanks to a scribe's careful bookkeeping, than we know about countless considerably more famous historical figures from the very same broad era. Consider what this level of genuine, granular historical detail actually represents, since it's easy to lose sight of just how remarkable it is by this point in tonight's journey. We're not reconstructing this story from vague, second-hand legend the way so much ancient history unfortunately has to be. We have a worker's actual name. We have his crew's actual schedule. We have the actual food they ate, the actual stone they moved, and the actual dates they moved it. Combined with cubit rods, water trenches, star sightings, and 4,500 years of surviving stone still holding its careful shape. Tonight's whole explanation isn't reconstructed from guesswork at all. It's assembled from genuine, considerable, converging physical evidence, patiently gathered by researchers willing to do the same kind of careful, unglamorous work the original builders themselves relied on. Picture your own breathing now, slow and steady, matching the same unhurried pace this entire long explanation has tried to hold since the very first sentence tonight. There's nothing left to measure, nothing left to verify, no further corner to check against the master cubit. The work, tonight's work at least, is finally, genuinely done. Picture, though, one more stretch of ground still worth covering, since the question of exactly how each individual block was physically raised into position, the ramp question we touched on earlier tonight, deserves a slightly fuller treatment, given how genuinely unresolved it actually remains. Beyond Jean-Pierre Odan's internal spiral ramp proposal, other researchers have suggested a combination approach. A straight external ramp handling the pyramid's lower courses, where the required ramp length remained physically manageable, transitioning to a spiraling exterior ramp wrapping around the structure's own faces. As it grew too tall for a single straight approach to remain practical. Consider the genuine physical constraints driving this entire debate, since a straight ramp steep enough to remain short would be too steep for workers to safely haul heavy sledges up, while a straight ramp gentle enough to haul sledges safely would need to extend for a genuinely impractical distance across the surrounding desert. By the time construction reached the pyramid's upper sections, every proposed solution researchers have suggested represents a genuine, careful attempt to solve this same basic engineering tension. And the debate remains active precisely because the physical evidence, unlike the measurement questions we resolved earlier tonight, hasn't yet converged clearly on one single, well-supported answer. Picture archaeologist Mark L.A. Weiner's own experimental reconstruction efforts, actually building small-scale working models of several proposed ramp systems, specifically to test their real-world practicality, part of a broader research tradition. Alongside Glenn Dash's laser surveys and the Amsterdam physicists' testing wetted sand of not simply proposing theories, but actually building and testing them against physical reality whenever genuinely possible. This same experimental spirit, test it, don't just theorize about it, connects every single piece of careful research we've walked through together tonight. And it's fitting that the one genuinely open question remaining, exactly how the ramps worked, is still being addressed using exactly that same patient, hands-on approach. Picture a final experimental test worth knowing about. A small team of researchers and volunteers working under controlled conditions in recent years, successfully moving a multi-ton stone block using nothing more than a wooden sledge, a track of parallel wooden beams, and a rotating pivoting technique, allowing the sledge to essentially walk forward in short, controlled increments rather than sliding continuously, a genuinely different proposed technique from the wetted sand method we discussed earlier, suggesting Egyptian builders may well have used several different transportation methods suited to different specific situations, rather than relying on any single universal technique across the entire project. Consider how comfortably this genuine methodological variety fits everything else tonight's story has established. Ancient Egyptian engineers weren't following one single, rigid, universal procedure for every single task across this enormous project. They were skilled, adaptable problem solvers, drawing on an accumulated toolkit of proven techniques. Wetted sand here, a pivoting sledge there, water-filled trenches for leveling, knotted rope for right angles, circumpolar stars for cardinal direction. Choosing whichever specific method actually suited whichever specific problem happened to be directly in front of them at the time. Picture one final time everything this entire night has actually shown us, walking slowly and patiently through a puzzle that sounded, at the very beginning, like it might genuinely defy explanation. It didn't. Every single piece of it, examined carefully enough, turned out to have a real, documented, considerably satisfying answer. Patient people, genuinely clever tools and an enormous amount of careful, repeated checking applied consistently enough across enough time to produce something that has now outlasted its own civilization by well over 4,000 years. Picture, too, the genuine sense of completion this particular explanation offers, considerably different from the restless, unresolved feeling a true unsolved mystery tends to leave behind. We've named the researchers Mark L.A. Weiner, Kate Spence, Glenn Dash, Flynn Dares P.E. Tree, Zahi Hawass, Jean-Pierre O. Dan, the physicists in Amsterdam, the team in Aberdeen who rediscovered a fragment of ancient cedar in a forgotten cigar box. We've named the ancient people too, so far as the evidence allows: Khufu, Hemiunu, Ankaf, Mera, ordinary workers, whose crew names still survive in red ochre paint on stone meant never to be seen again. Between all of them, ancient and modern, patient and careful across 4,500 years, tonight's puzzle has a real answer. And that answer has a name. Several names, actually, attached to it. Consider gently how rare and genuinely satisfying it is to end a story like this one with real resolution rather than manufactured wonder. Tonight wasn't about convincing you something remains unexplained. It was about walking slowly and carefully through exactly how something this remarkable actually got explained, one patient piece of evidence at a time, the same unhurried way the original measurement itself would have actually happened 4,500 years ago on a leveled bedrock platform just before dawn. Picture, one more time, standing at the base of the pyramid as the light finally starts to change, and consider everything that small patch of leveled bedrock beneath your feet actually represents. Water trenches long since dried and buried, rope fibers long since decayed to nothing. And yet, the result of all that patient, careful, entirely explicable work still standing exactly where it was always meant to stand, 4,500 years of wind and sand, and passing centuries, having worn away almost everything else from that original construction, except the actual, careful, considered measurement itself. Consider what it might genuinely feel like to be one of those original ancient surveyors, standing quietly on cold morning bedrock, checking a final measurement carefully against the master cubit rod before moving on to the next stretch of the base, having no possible way of knowing that the small, careful correction they were making that particular morning would still be holding true, unchanged, considerably longer than any civilization they could have possibly imagined would even exist to measure it again. Picture the entire arc of tonight's own explanation, one last time, compressed down into its simplest possible shape. A claim that sounded impossible. A patient walk through real tools, real methods, real named researchers, and real ancient evidence. And an answer waiting the entire time, considerably more impressive than the mystery it quietly, patiently replaced. That's really the whole of what tonight's story was ever actually about. Not proving anything mysterious, but properly, carefully crediting the genuinely remarkable people who built something this precise, using nothing more than their own two hands, a few simple tools, and enough patience to check their work again and again until it was finally, actually right. Picture, finally, one small additional piece of evidence worth knowing. A secondary set of boat pits discovered near the pyramid's base, containing the carefully disassembled pieces of full-sized cedar wood vessels, buried deliberately alongside the monument itself. One of these, excavated and painstakingly reassembled beginning in the 1950s, is now displayed in its own dedicated museum directly on the plateau. Over 4,000 individual wooden pieces fitted back together using techniques that revealed, upon close study, genuinely sophisticated Egyptian woodworking and joinery, wooden pegs, and rope lashings rather than metal nails. An entire functional river-worthy vessel constructed using precision joinery that mirrors, in miniature, the exact same patient, careful fitting we've spent tonight discussing at the scale of enormous stone blocks. Consider what this boat actually confirms about the broader Egyptian engineering culture responsible for everything we've covered tonight. The same civilization capable of leveling a base to within an inch across 9 football fields worth of bedrock was equally capable of building a genuinely seaworthy vessel using wooden joints, precise enough to hold together without any metal fastening at all. Evidence that this particular society's commitment to careful, patient, exacting craftsmanship extended well beyond monumental stone architecture alone, into nearly every considerable technical achievement its skilled craftspeople actually attempted. Picture the boat's original intended purpose, according to most Egyptologists studying it. A vessel meant to carry Khufu's own spirit alongside the sun god Ra during his own eternal daily journey across the sky. One more physical expression of exactly the same religious framework we discussed earlier tonight, connecting careful royal burial preparation to genuine eternal cosmic purpose. The boat wasn't simply a beautiful object buried for its own sake. It was functional religious equipment, built with the same exacting standards as everything else surrounding this pharaoh's careful, considered preparation for what he and his builders genuinely believed would be an actual eternal existence. Picture, gently, the full weight of everything tonight's careful walkthrough has actually offered you, wherever you happen to be resting right now. Not a single dramatic reveal, but dozens of small, patient answers, stacked carefully on top of each other, the same way Khufu's own builders stacked 2.3 million individual blocks, one patient course at a time, until an entire mountain of careful human effort stood finished against the desert sky. Picture one true final image before we head toward the desert night together. A small oil lamp, the kind Egyptian workers likely used inside the pyramid's own darker internal passages during construction. Its flame steady and small against the enormous surrounding stone, casting just enough warm, flickering light to check a single measurement by one more time before moving on to the next. Consider that small lamp's flame one more time and how closely it mirrors tonight's entire journey together. A modest, patient light, never dramatic, never especially bright on its own, simply steady enough, held close enough, and kept burning long enough to actually see the real answer clearly, one careful measurement at a time, the whole night through. Picture, too, everyone who kept that same patient light burning across the many centuries, separating Khufu's own builders from tonight. Herodiotus, writing down second-hand stories he heard from Egyptian priests, medieval scholars stripping casing stones without ever fully understanding what they were dismantling. Flindare's Petri camping through a cold desert winter with careful instruments, and every single modern researcher we've named tonight, each one adding their own small, steady contribution to a chain of understanding considerably longer and considerably more patient than any single lifetime could have possibly completed alone. Picture that same chain continuing forward, well past tonight, well past whichever specific researcher happens to publish the next careful correction or confirmation, since this particular story genuinely isn't finished yet, and it was never really meant to be. New scans will run. New corridors may surface. New radiocarbon results may sharpen a date here, revise a detail there. That ongoing, unfinished quality isn't a weakness in tonight's account. It's simply what honest, careful history actually looks like, an answer good enough to trust completely, while still remaining humble enough to keep listening for whatever comes next. Picture your own place in that same chain now, gently, since listening carefully to a real, patient explanation is its own small, quiet act of the exact same kind of attention that built this whole story in the first place. One careful measurement, one honest correction, one patient listener at a time. Picture the desert wind picking up gently now, the way it has every single night for 4,500 years, moving quietly across sand that is buried and revealed this same plateau more times than anyone could possibly count. Beneath that wind, the pyramid itself remains exactly where careful measurement placed it, its base still level to within an inch, its corners still square, its long axis still pointing patiently toward true north, regardless of how many centuries of wind happen to pass over it. In the meantime, picture one final time what actually made all of this possible, gathered together into its simplest, truest form. Real people with real names where the evidence allows us to know them, and real, dignified anonymity where it doesn't, using genuinely clever tools, checking their own work against a master standard, learning from two earlier collapsed and corrected pyramids before ever beginning this one, and organizing an entire society's resources, bread and beer, and standardized cubits, and trained scribes, and rotating skilled labor around getting a single, enormous measurement right. That's the whole answer. It always was, sitting patiently on the Giza plateau, waiting for anyone curious enough and patient enough to actually walk over and check. Picture that same stretch of desert one final time, but let the light change now, morning fading into the strange, flat gold of late afternoon, thousands of years compressing into a single held breath, the whole plateau quiet except for wind and the faint, distant sound of a tour guide somewhere finishing up their own day's explanation. The rope stretchers have long since put down their cords. The water in the leveling trenches evaporated millennia ago. And yet the numbers they left behind, the sides within centimeters of each other, the corners within fractions of a degree, the whole enormous structure aligned to true north with a precision many modern buildings still don't bother to match, are still sitting there in the stone, waiting for anyone patient enough to actually measure them. We started tonight with a claim that sounds, at first, like a genuine mystery, numbers too precise for Bronze Age tools, an achievement modern science supposedly can't explain. What we found instead walking through it slowly and carefully was something better than mystery. Real people, Hemiunu directing, Mara's crews hauling, thousands of skilled workers eating bread and drinking beer in a purpose-built village at the pyramid's own foot, using tools we can still hold in our hands today: a cubit rod, a plumb bob, a length of knotted cord, solving one of the hardest problems any builder can face, and solving it so well that the solution outlasted their entire civilization. If your mind is still drifting somewhere back there among rope stretchers and star sightings, and a long line of workers hauling limestone up a slowly rising ramp, that's all right. There's nothing left to hold onto tonight, nothing you need to remember for later. Let your jaw loosen one more time. Let your shoulders sink further into whatever is holding you up, mattress or couch or chair, wherever tonight happens to have found you. Take one more slow breath in and let it go even more slowly than the last. The way a plumb line finally settles once it's stopped swinging and simply hangs, straight and still, exactly where gravity always meant for it to be. Somewhere on the Giza plateau tonight, moonlight is falling across the same stones it fell across 4,500 years ago. The same corners, the same careful angles, still holding their shape long after everyone who cut them has been gone, for longer than most of human history can easily hold in mind. They didn't need magic to build something that precise. They needed patience, a few genuinely clever tools, and enough people willing to check their work one measurement at a time until it was right. Next time something ancient looks impossible, it probably just means nobody's patiently walked you through the real answer yet. That's genuinely all right. Now, finally, you actually have. Sleep